Okie dokie. Awesome. Already got my link set out. So I'll just wait for people to come in and say hello. Yeah, so I'm excited. My first time back to sprints in a couple weeks, and I'm very happy. Yay! Thank you, notifications, for saying that I've gone live. Yay! All right, we're just waiting on people to show up and say hello. Make sure to say hi to me in the comments and let me know what you're planning on reading today with me. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. I'm so excited to be back. So yeah, welcome those of you that are joining to my reading sprints. If you don't know who I am, I'm the Curious Owl. I'm Gabby. I host reading sprints almost every Saturday. Hi, Tina. Reading Live and Let Chai by Bree Baker and Stolen by the Mob Boss by Nicole Fox. Nice. All right, cool. Hi, Pat. Welcome. Glad to see you guys. Hopefully, we see more people come in. I'm really excited to be back. I feel like I have not been able to do sprints very often. I mean, most of you guys know life has been really crazy for me for the last handful of weeks. So I'm very glad to be back doing reading sprints most Saturdays, with the one exception from here on out being when we are doing the Brandon Sanderson live show, because I like to join in on those ones. So that's the only Saturday I won't be doing reading sprints for. Hi, Paco. Welcome. Hello, Tammy. So yeah, okay. So I'm really excited. I have this really fun Natural One, Natural One t-shirt that my mom got for me a couple Christmases ago. Actually might have been this past Christmas. But it says, "You roll to move silently out the front door." Let me stand up. And then it says, "Instead, you trip and tap dance out of a 2-story window, falling into a pen with a bunch of screaming goats." That's not a mood. I don't know what is. My mom got me that for Christmas. I don't know from who. It might have been somebody on Redbubble, to be completely honest, because I have seen this design on Redbubble before. But yeah, this I thought would be great for D12 sprints, because that's what we do here. So very excited. Okay, so today I will be working on a few different things. So I've got Summerween that started up yesterday that I'm participating in. I have yet to start anything on my TBR for that, which is fine. The first thing I need to get done is a short story, which I'll get to later tonight. But first I have to reach my reading goal for today of A Court of Mist and Fury. I'm working through that right now. And I'm actually like working through the bind up that Kindle did of the first 4 books. Excuse me. And so like the page count is really weird. But at this point, I think after today, I have one more chunk of reading to do tomorrow, which is like 150 pages of the book before I finish it. Thank you. So yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Let's talk about it. So Court of Mist and Fury. I really like it a lot. I hated the first third of A Court of Thorns and Roses. I was really bored. And I didn't feel like I was enjoying the first book as much. But once I got through the first third of it, it ended up being really, really fun. I loved what I read of it. And I definitely understood why everybody had at first really seemed to like Tamlin, because I was. And I also understood why people were very drawn to Rhysand because of things that happened in Court of Thorns and Roses. Well, Court of Mist and Fury, I understand why there's such a split between people who like Tamlin and who like Rhysand. And I especially understand why more people tend to like Rhysand than Tamlin. That is all I will say for those of you who have not read it. So I'm really enjoying it. I actually, though, was surprised because I did not expect for the story to get as political as it's been, with the fact of basically Feyre joining in with Rhysand and his whole cohorts and basically trying to stop the war that is imminent. I did not know that that was going to happen. I mean, granted, going into this series, I had basically no knowledge of what this was other than the fact that A Court of Thorns and Roses had Beauty and the Beast vibes. And I would agree with that. There are actually very specific scenes in A Court of Thorns and Roses that emulate the Beauty and the Beast Disney movie like perfectly. But I do see where like it's more vibes as opposed to like a straight up retelling, because there's way more to A Court of Thorns and Roses than I had even expected going in, because nobody talks about half the stuff that goes on, especially towards the end of that one and what happens to Feyre. So then this one, I, again, had no real knowledge going into it, other than it's a sequel. That's about as much as I knew. So I've been enjoying my time with this a lot. I really like a lot of what Sarah J. Maas has done, specifically with Feyre in terms of the plot that she has, because Feyre's whole plot is not only obviously being involved with the world, but it's this battle of trying to understand, you know, who is it that she, for one, is attracted to more, but then also like the fact that Tamlin has in this book proven to be not exactly what we thought he was in book one. It's interesting to see kind of how that plot has developed over the course of Feyre understanding this and having a hard time with making a decision in terms of who does she kind of like more, and does she think that Tamlin is, you know, somebody she wants to keep around for a while. So I'm really enjoying it. Reading the Ballad of Perilous Graves by Alex Jennings' imaginative and vibrant debut based in New Orleans. Nice. Yeah, I think you were reading that Thursday, if I'm not mistaken, when we were doing Brandy sprints. Nobody is going to be joining me right now. I tend to do these sprints by myself, mostly because, I don't know, I especially like right before sprints, when I realize, oh crap, I have sprints tonight, I forget to reach out to people. But I do want people to come join in every now and then. So y'all want to hit me up, I would be more than willing to let people come in. So reading Together We Burn. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I want to get through the last couple chapters I have to read for my reading goal for Court of Mist and Fury today. I have a short story, which is The Demon in the Wood by Leigh Bardugo. It's one of the short stories in the Grishaverse that I want to read. That is for Summerween, and is also going to finally get me started to wrap up books I needed to finish for Aurelium from back in April before the readathon picks up again in August. And then I have one other book that I need to start today and get through a good chunk of, which is right here. It is City of the Plague God by Sarwat Chadha. This is a middle grade Rick Riordan Presents book. It is all I know about it, basically dealing with Mesopotamian mythology, I believe. But this is also a book I needed to read for Aurelium in April, didn't get to, and need to finish before August in order for my character in Aurelium to then be able to go to next semester. So, oh yeah, sure. You know what, Paco? Let me get you a link and I will send that over to you. Hi, Dion. Hello, Bree. Thank you for coming. Give me 1 second, Paco. I'm gonna get a link sent to you once I can pull up my Discord and all that jazz. Where's my messages? There you are. There you go. I just sent it to you on Discord. So come join in. Come join me. Hello. Welcome. So, all right. Before we get started, and as we wait for Paco to come in, we're going to run through a few things. We're going to run through, for those of you that might be new, how things roll around here. And I just got to make sure I got everything where it's supposed to be. Okay, there's that. Hang on a sec. I got to make sure everything is where it needs to be. Yes, I think so. Okay, so for those of you that do not know, I tend to do reading sprints where I roll a D12, and the D12 tells us how much we're going to read. Whatever number we roll, we end up multiplying by 5 to get our total minutes out of an hour for our reading time. So for instance, if we roll a 2, we will read for 10 minutes. If we roll a 12, we'll read for an entire hour. Couple things with that. We never in the first sprint do more than 30 minutes. We always start off with a nice easy warm-up of, up to 30 minutes for everybody. And then we don't ever do 5-minute sprints. So if we ever roll a 1 second when I bring Paco in. Hello, there you are.
Hey.
All right, so
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm glad you're not working today.
I know. I got the weekend off.
Woo! That's awesome. Love having weekends off. Ones, that's what I was doing. Okay, so then if we ever do roll a 1 over the course of this entire time that we're doing reading sprints, because we stream for about 4 hours usually with breaks in between, if we ever roll a 1, whatever we then roll after that, we have to either double or halve depending on what the number is. And so basically, if we rolled a 1 and then say we rolled anything below a 6 or below, we would then double the time. And anything that is 7 up to 12 will be halved. That makes sense? I think so. We've been doing this one for a while, but I know for a lot of newer people, it might be a little more confusing, but we'll go as, we can. So, all right, with that being said, we'll start the first sprint in about 4 minutes, about 15 after. Paco, you said you're reading Together We Burn. Who is that one by?
This is by Isabel Ibanez. It's for a book club that I go to personally. It's like about dragon slayers, and then I might switch to New Mutants, which is an X-Men comic that I'm trying to finish.
Mm-hmm.
But I need to finish this audiobook by Binse.
Okay, yeah. We all got a lot on our plate, I'm sure. Hello, Ryan. Welcome. So yeah, I'm enjoying A Court of Mist and Fury a ton. I'm actually quite surprised with how much I'm enjoying it. My younger sister has also been working on them, and she got like halfway through Court of Mist and Fury, and then she's been busy with like a new job, so she hasn't had time to get back to it, but she's been like begging me to start it so she could like enjoy it with me. Who is setting off fireworks right now? That is why. Oh, I hate that. But yeah, so I think I've got like 3 chapters left I need to read today for that. And then my short story. And then the rest of the night will be dedicated to that one. So, all right. Let's go ahead and do a roll at least and see what we end up getting for everybody.
Excited.
Yes. Once again, we're not going to do anything more than 30 minutes, but let's see what we get. That's a 12. We're not doing that. No. 2. Okay. So we'll start off with a nice 10-minute sprint just to get everybody warmed up, get everybody ready to keep going, because after this point, then all bets are off. We're getting to, if we do an hour, we do an hour, and that's it. So I found some really nice kind of like calming timers. Like a lot of them are kind of meditative, I guess, if you will, just because it's nice. It's been a kind of a crummy few weeks for some people, so I'm like, we all need kind of a breather.
I feel like I've been having a very slumpy week.
Yeah.
And so that's why I was like, let me join, because then I'll force myself to actually read.
Yeah. No, I'm glad. Like, I'm very appreciative that like we have so many people that just every day are doing sprints, because I feel like it gives me no excuse to not read.
Yeah.
Except for Thursday. Thursday, I already met my reading goal for the day, so I was like, I don't really want to keep reading. Like, we'll stop that for the night. Who in the heck? That is so annoying. I hate that when people just randomly put off stupid fireworks.
Oh, that was happening to me last night.
Okay, so we're coming up on 15 after, so let's do this. There we go. All right, so we're going to do, like I said, 10-minute sprint. Nice, easy warm-up for everybody. Good luck. Happy reading for these next 10 minutes, and we will see you back here at about 25. Okay, guys, that was the first sprint for the night, and I just got water on my tablet. Yay, great.
You know.
All right, so we're going to take about a 10-minute break, give everybody a chance to catch up with what they're doing. So that's Brent. How much did you get read?
I got like a chapter read.
Okay. Yeah, I got like not quite 10 pages, like maybe 7 pages or so. But I listened to the audiobook on like 2 times speed, so I got like less than 4 hours of the audiobook part of it left. So awesome. So how things been for you, Paco?
It's been all right. It's been a very slumpy week. Been fighting off like teeth pains on and off.
Oh, geez.
Mainly because I need to go to the dentist, but I need to get my insurance fixed before that, and it's just being difficult. But I've just been very slumpy this week. I finished one book at the beginning of the week, and I haven't like read anything since. So I'm glad I'm doing the sprints today.
Yay! I'm glad you're here. Thank you for joining me today.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hi, Destiny. Be in and out, but I'm finishing up The Buying of Lot 37 by Joseph Fink and Jeffrey Cranor. I feel like I've heard of that, but I've not heard anything like about it. You know? Got to page 87. Nice. 3 pages of Shadowless by Randall McNally. Ooh, that sounds fun. Yeah, got about 7 pages of Court of Mist and Fury. And while I was reading this, I had forgot to mention that one of the things I really like about this is I feel like Sarah J. Maas writes dirty talk very well. Like Rhysand and the banter that he has, it's just like the perfect kind of writing that I look for with like broody male characters. Thank you very much for that.
Mist and Fury I think is my favorite SJM book.
I think that's a lot of people's, honestly, when it comes to this series. The Mist and Fury seems to be the fan favorite.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I've enjoyed the crap out of it so far.
I reread it last month, so I got to reread ACOWAR this month.
Yep, I'll be getting to ACOWAR later this month once I get through a couple other things, because this will finally get me caught up with all of the books that I was meant to read by June. And then starting once I finish this and get through my Summerween TBR, I'll be able to get through like books that I needed to read for January for like book clubs and the ACOTAR read along and stuff like that. So very happy with that. So I'm trying to think what's been going on. So I've been busy. So you guys have not really seen many videos on my end for a hot minute, except for the birthday video I did.
You got tattoos.
Yes, my nice tattoos that everyone seems to love, which makes me happy because I also love them. Trying to think what else. Oh, and then last Saturday I did the Brandon Sanderson read along or live show, which that was great. But that just meant I couldn't do sprints. So it's been like 2 weeks since I've done sprints, and I'm very happy to be back.
That's good. I did not have sprints Monday because I got to work late. I did sprints on the 4th, but kind of regretted it because like fireworks were going off during the middle of it, so I cut them short.
Yeah.
So I haven't done sprints in a minute, but I'll be doing them this Monday.
Yay! Good. Oh, excuse me. What was I gonna say? There's something else I was gonna say and I can't remember now. Swear, I have anxiety and I would say undiagnosed ADHD, but most of the ADHD things I think I have are probably just because of my anxiety. I'm just like, which is which? Oh, that's what I was going to say. So I think one of the things I'm looking to possibly do in August for everybody that might be interested is finally getting my own bookish TikTok finally started up.
Okay.
And also including a lot of like my tarot and stuff that I do too. Because I was for a hot minute doing like daily tarot reads, but then I just got really busy with work and stuff, so I had to stop doing it. And now it is super hot in here, so now I have to open the window again.
I know I had to get my fan and move it to where my desk was.
But So yeah, I'm hoping to get that started up again in August. I'm not sure exactly how much I'll be posting, but I'm going to try to get it all figured out to where I can post at least like one video, whether it's like a vlog or something specific that like will go with a video I'm posting on my channel. And in August, there will be a lot more content because with Aurelium's next readathon starting up in August, I'll be doing that. And then I'm also participating in the second round of Witchathon that is going on in August, which is very fun.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm excited. I'm going to be happy to be able to get back to doing some content after having like a pretty chill month this past month so far. So that's exciting.
That's good.
Yeah. You got any fun videos coming up?
I need to film a video for next Friday. I do not know what I'm filming yet. And then I got to do the TBR for June coming up. But I mean, I've got like book videos in the works. Like I know I want to do this one. I just got to figure out how it's gonna go. Mm-hmm. But I want to do, if you like these tropes, read these comics.
Ooh, that would be like, awesome.
One I got is Found Family. So if you like Found Family, check out X-Men or the Bat Family. So like I just got to find more tropes to do for that one.
Yeah, because I feel like a lot of them kind of rely on the same tropes, especially like if you're looking at like specifically Marvel or even specifically like one area. They tend to all use the same pretty similar tropes. So
yeah. And then I want to do like, I think I might do like top favorite, like a series of my top favorite stuff of like books, characters, and stuff like that. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out what I want to film.
Yeah. Are you gonna do the book numbers tag that I think it was Jen tagged you in?
Yeah, I got tagged in 2 different tag videos I got to film. So I got to like look and see when I'm going to do those ones. Okay. That's what the next video might be, is probably the numbers tag that Jen tagged me in.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like 2 days. I was like, God damn, one day I got tagged twice.
Yeah, I watched that video and she's like, technically everybody watching is going to be tagged. I'm like, son of a bitch, Jen. Come on now. Come on. But no, it was fine. It's been a hot minute since I have done a tag, and I made a tag a long time ago that I don't think anybody's done.
Which one?
It was the Mummy Movies book tag. So I don't think it got out to everybody. I made it like 3 years ago, I think, or something like that. And I'm thinking of redoing it, like basically doing another video of it to see if it'll get any more traction, since I have more subscribers now than I did back then.
Yeah. When I first came on YouTube, I did my own version of the Disney Princess book tag, where it's like my own separate questions for it. And I've been thinking of redoing it too, to like see if people will do it, force friends to do it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going to do, is I'm just going to be like, all right, and now I'm going to tag this person, this person, this person, so you have to do it. Yeah. Because I used to do it where like back when I was doing tags a lot, it was, anybody can do it. If you want to do it, you can. But that didn't really get me like as many people doing it, I don't think, which is probably the point of tagging other people.
I did just do the mid-year freakout tag.
Yeah. I will be doing that here probably soon. I think I wrote it down where it's either going to be end of this month or going into August, just because I don't want to put too much on my plate for the end of this month yet. And I already have like all of August basically planned out, where I'm going to try to post 3 times a week.
Okay.
So. Oh, thank you, Tammy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's actually something else too, right before we get ready for our next sprint. So everybody here, every year for the last 6 years that I've been on YouTube, I've gained 100 subscribers. And currently I'm around 575 now, with Tammy having just subscribed. So I would like to try to keep that streak going if I can. So if you've got people that would like to come hang out, even just for the sprints part of it, like that's fine. Like, try to spread the word if you can, because like I really want to meet that goal again this year, where I can get another 100 subscribers in my 6th year of being on BookTube or YouTube in general. So you got people that might be interested, have them come hang out, because I don't know. I think I'm a pretty fun time.
Yeah.
All right, so we will get our next roll started. So let's see what we end up getting this time. Hopefully this is all even. There we go. All right, so we got a bit of a longer one this time. We rolled a 9. So we're going to do a 45-minute sprint this time, everybody. Nice, pretty good size one. And this time we're super cute. It's got penguins.
Okay.
I just saw the penguins and I was like, I need that one. I need happiness. So, all right, we are going to get back here around the 15-minute mark, I think. Or no, 20 minutes, so the next hour. So, good luck. Happy reading. We'll see you guys in 45 minutes. Go. All right, guys. Awesome job. 45 minutes. Woo!
Yeah.
So I got to my reading goal for Court of Mist and Fury. I am so Team Rhysand now, like full throttle. Just
What page are you on?
okay. So this is the ebook with the
okay.
huge bind up of the 4, but it's like 943 of that. But I have like a little more than 200 pages left. I'm not quite to part 4 yet.
What page? Do you know what part are you at? That's not too spoilery if you want to say.
So, they were at Starfall. They were just having Starfall celebrations. Just, I love Rhysand.
Who's your favorite member of the Inner Circle besides Rhysand?
I like Cassian, but I really, really love Mor. Mor is adorable to me.
I love Amren.
Amren is really interesting. I would like to see more like another something from her, because like she's got a lot of history that I want to know about, especially with her being like.
I have theories now after the last book in that Sarah wrote that is kind of involved with, just because of like with this reread I'm doing, especially after the last book in House of Blood and the Crescent City book.
Yep.
I've been tabbing it, looking for like certain things.
Right, like seeing if there's a universe like tie.
Yeah. Okay. Well, because she's always said that all of her books have like portals in dimensions. So, you even see in this book, you said where they're like things come from other realms or whatever. Where they said it.
Yeah, just that Am seems like she's really like she's very old, so I want to know more about her story.
Yeah. My favorite character though in that whole series is Nesta.
Really? You're a Nesta fan?
I love Nesta, especially when I'm a big Nesta fan. I think the minute that they said that in the first book, Tamlin's powers didn't work on Nesta because she's too stubborn, I was like, I like her. I fuck with her.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not like I did not like her at the beginning of A Court of Thorns and Roses, but then when Feyre goes back and she actually interacts with Nesta, and it seems like Nesta's more on her side, and she just like she admitted that what she did was wrong. I respected her a little bit more. I've only seen her like a couple times here so far in this one, and I still don't really like have any like major changes in how I feel, but I know a lot of people change their mind with A Court of Silver Flame, since that's the book that she really gets.
That's her book, yeah.
So
I relate a lot to Nesta in the fact of that, like having those walls with people and being seen as someone who is a bitch, basically. I don't know, there's certain things in my life I relate a lot with that.
That's fair. I appreciate that. That's cool that you can relate to her. Happy to help. Thank you, Tammy. I really appreciate it. Hi, Jen. Welcome. Glad you got here. Let's see. We got some people that ended up talking to each other at one point. Just finished the Two Towers. Oh my gosh. That's exciting. I have a Lord of the Rings tattoo because that's like one of my favorite series of all time. Let's see. People talking to each other. Get in trouble when they do some stupid, dumb reason. Lord of the Rings, Two Towers, they're fighting with each other. Yeah, there's a lot of fighting with the group. Just get to Return of the King. Like, see how Return of the King goes and tell me how you think about it. Because, like, I think that one, everything is just really done super well. That whole series is, like, there's a reason why it's, you know, like, the thing that everybody based their fantasy stories off of. Like, there's a reason why it's as popular as it is. Which I can't say for many other fantasy authors. George R.R. Martin. I love Game of Thrones, don't get me wrong, but
I don't.
There's a reason why he reigns supreme over him. Okay, Elena came back. Hello, Saf. Welcome.
Hey, Saf, how are you?
9 pages of Shadowless and 16 pages of Where the Crawdads Sing.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh. So I loved the book I know that there's some issues going around right now with the author, or at least her husband. If y'all don't know, there was an article that went around not too long ago, like within the last couple of months, where Delia Owens is somehow involved with a case that is pretty similar to the murder mystery that's involved in that story.
Yeah, I remember this happened when the book was getting more popular.
Yeah, especially with the show coming out, or the movie. So I don't know whether or not she does have any actual involvement, or if it's her husband or whatever. But the book, like, putting aside her, the book is, I think, really good, and it's a very beautiful story about somebody who honestly has gone through a lot. Like, it's very triggering. Do not get me wrong. But I think that Delia Owens is a very beautiful writing style, and I think that really came across in Where the Crawdads Sing. So I hope you like it. But just so y'all are aware, there's some crap going around with Delia Owens right now.
Mm-hmm.
Dion, finished your book. Nice.
Hey, how'd you like it? Because I know you weren't caring for the first book in the series.
I forget what was Dion reading?
Bring Me Their Hearts, or I know they're in the middle of doing that trilogy or whatever. That series.
Okay.
I forget the author's name.
Okay. Read 5% of Stolen by the Mob Boss and Helped My Mom Make Dinner. Ooh, what'd y'all have? I made a plant-based, like, fajitas, because my husband and I are kind of doing more vegetarian-based things. So we took, like, plant-based hamburgers and just cut them into strips and made fajitas with that. It was really good.
I had In-N-Out earlier for lunch, and then my dad's making dinner right now.
Yummy. I really hope one day I can get down to California or somewhere down in the Southwest to get In-N-Out, because I've heard nothing but good things, just even as a fast food restaurant.
I like it better than, it's not the best, like, food, even though I eat it a lot, just because if I go fast food, I prefer it over, like, regular fast food. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to sit here and act like it's the best thing.
Yeah. I mean, you're from California, so you would know. Yeah. Yay! Saf finished a book too, and made a spread on her Bujo. Nice. Okay, so my thoughts on Nesta. So like I said earlier, don't really know how I feel about her yet. I didn't care for her in A Court of Thorns and Roses starting out, but there was a scene toward, like, when Feyre goes back to see her family after her family had received the money and everything, where Nesta does end up helping her go back to the Fey realm. That I really appreciated the way that, like, she was kind of just like, all right, cool. This is what we're doing. I'm down. Let me help you get out of here. Like, I appreciated that, where it was kind of a no questions asked kind of thing, instead of, like, it being, like, just completely against it, or just being, like, you know, just completely aloof to the whole thing, if you will. But the couple instances I've seen her in this one haven't really changed my perspective of her yet, because I haven't really had a reason to, like, think of her in any other way than what I have currently. So, the Call of Shape of Thunder. Okay. Yeah, Team Reese. Yeah, the scene before the Starfell one, where they're at the Court of Nightmares for the first time. Holy hell!
Oh yeah, no, that I feel like is my favorite scene for spiciness, even, like, not getting into the whole, like, smut scenes that we get. I think that alone I prefer that over the smut.
I'm just like, that scene, I was like, oh, for God's, like, I could feel the fire coming off of me. I was like, huh. But then the Starfell scene.
First read that book, it wasn't that scene, I think, but I remember just very much reading that book the first time. I remember reading, my super religious aunt was in the room while I was reading it too. I was like, oh, I'm going to hell.
No, but I just appreciate, like, Reese is so different than Tamlin. And, like, I've seen, like, the fact, like, I understand why Tamlin wants to protect her, but it is incredibly, like, toxically protective at this point.
Yeah.
And Rhysand has just shown that, like, he actually gives a crap. And there was a scene where they found out somebody was trying to attack them, and Feyre was like, no, I'm going to help. I want to help track down this person. And he's like, all right, let's go. Let's do it. Like,
I viewed very much like that Sarah J. Maas has in the book, that she's like says, Feyre will say, Tamlin is just as affected by me by this incident. Like he is just as like broken as I am by the situation, but I can't let that be the reason I stay.
Mm-hmm.
Very much like, like just that toxic relationship of like, yes, this person also needs help, but not letting that drag you down, I think is a very, to me, healthy thing that needs to be said.
Mm-hmm. I would totally agree with that. I'm just falling in love with him the more I read from him, because I'm like, he's tall, dark, strong, and he's just got like the sexual commentary and the wit from him is just like, he's hitting all my boxes the more that I read about him. 35 pages into Legendborn.
Hey, I love that.
93 pages into The Giver. I actually would like to reread The Giver at some point this year and finish the quartet, because I never finished the quartet.
I'm so excited for Bloodmark, the second book for Legendborn. Have you read Legendborn yet?
I have not. I have it on my Kindle, I think, but I've been looking for like a perfect reason to read it, truthfully.
Are you a Vampire Diaries fan? I don't remember if we've said that you watch Vampire Diaries.
I've not watched Vampire Diaries, no.
Just the author is a Vampire Diaries fan, and you could tell in the writing.
Oh.
That's one of my selling points. I'm like, if you're a Vampire Diaries fan, you'll like this.
Okay. I mean, I read L.J. Smith's Night World series, so I'm familiar with her writing.
The show is completely different from the books.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. And I prefer it. I tried reading the books, and I did not.
Okay. Hello, reading Stillhouse Lake by Rachel Caine.
Oh, okay.
Rachel Caine is one of my favorite authors. I'm so sad that she's no longer with us.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, and she was in the process of working on the last book in that series that's coming out here soon that they like finished up, and they're finally finishing out the series. I hope you like it. I would like to read that one too. I think once I get to the fall, I'm gonna do a whole just binge read of Stillhouse Lake, because it sounds so good. If you've ever read Morganville Vampires, or even if you haven't, highly recommend if you're a fan of things like Vampire Academy, Vampire Diaries, that kind of time. It's one of my favorites. I personally, she was one of my first introductions into vampires. And I have a very special relationship with her too, because of the fact that my grandmother also read that series with me. So it's a very personal tie. I think that the first few books, do not get me wrong, very 2000s, 2010 style. They're really quick reads. I think the first 4 or 5 books are around 250 pages a piece. But they are very fun. And one of the side characters, Eve, is that happy goth character that you just if you ever think of have you ever watched NCIS? Abby from NCIS, same exact vibes. Love Eve to death. She's a sweetheart. First book ended up being really good, and this one was amazing, but it's not groundbreaking, just a fun YA kind of thing. So I wouldn't recommend it, but I'm having a good time. Well, you're having a good time.
Glad you're liking it.
Yeah. Team Rhysand from book 1. That's fair. I totally can see why you would.
ACOTAR is one of the series that I got my brother to read. Mm-hmm. And I remember I read the first one, and then he read it, and I was watching his reactions to that. And I was like, what do you think of Tamlin? He's like, I like him. And then getting book 2, I was like, evil laugh. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, stir-fried chicken and broccoli. Oh, with rice.
Ooh, okay.
Yum. I feel like Rhysand definitely has trauma from what he went through those 49 years. Oh my God, yes. That's one of the biggest things I appreciate is that they've actually in the Starfell scene went through and talked about the fact that he says specifically about the fact that he never got to, in the last 50 years, appreciate and celebrate Starfall because of what Amaranth put him through. I cannot believe I slept on this series for so long. It's so good.
I would say if you like this, check out Throne of Glass.
I do plan to eventually. Once I finish this series, I think I'm going to jump right into Throne of Glass and then go to House of Earth and Blood. I'm okay now since she passed, but it was really sad. It was a very slow decline. So, Rachel had she had cancer. She was a fairly older woman, suffered from cancer for a handful of years, and unfortunately, I think it was like end of 2021 or 2020. She ended up passing away, unfortunately, and she was working on the Stillhouse Lake series, and her team basically ended up picking up where she left off and finished off the last book she was working on. And I don't know if they have anything else that she might have been working on. She also did a series. It's a sci-fi series called Honor Among Thieves, if anybody's heard of that. It was like a pretty under the radar series. I think there's only like 3 books. But she co-authored that with somebody, I can't remember. But then she has one of her most popular ones is the Morganville Vampires. It does span about like 15 books, but it's a pretty nice payoff by the end of it, because I will say, without spoiling what exactly happens, it's a happy ending kind of thing, despite everything that happens in the series. So I would highly recommend it if you're people that like things like Vampire Academy, Vampire Diaries, that like 2010s YA vampire lit.
I am waiting for vampires to truly come back. I know they've been saying vampires are coming back, but they're slow. I love vampires. Like, vampire fiction is amazing to me.
That was my first love. That was actually back when I was in high school, because in middle school it was definitely like HP, and I also had a massive fascination with Margaret Peterson Haddix back in the day, which that makes me feel really old saying, because most people don't know who that is anymore. But she was really popular when I was in middle school and elementary school.
You're 1997, right?
Yeah, I just turned 25.
I'm only a year behind you, so I'm like, you're not that old.
Well, it makes me feel old because like there's so many like people that even are around our age that they never heard of Margaret Peterson Haddix, and I'm like, man, I feel like I'm so old, because like I feel like that's somebody that like I really remember being a big part of my reading growing up. And then high school was definitely when I got into the YA like vampire lit. Beautiful Creatures was another series I got into when I was in high school. Still is one of my most favorite series of all time.
What did you think of the movie?
I hated the movie. I followed them from casting. When they were casting people for that movie, I followed them, like, going through the process of it, and I hated the cast from the get-go.
See, I think, because that's Melissa de la Cruz, right? One of her books?
No, it's Cami Garcia and Margaret Stohl.
Okay, never mind. I read the first book when the movie was about to come out. I'd gotten because I think that book the movie came out in February. I remember because I wanted to see it for my birthday because it had a very like witchy vibe. Mm-hmm. And so I got the book for Christmas. I did not like the first book. It was, I think for me, it was like too long of nothing happening. Mm-hmm. And so I felt like I would have enjoyed the movie more if I hadn't read the book.
Yeah, honestly, for me, the movie came down to ultimately the overall cast. Because God, it's been so long since I even watched that movie, because I watched it the first time and I haven't watched it since.
Same.
So a lot of what they did in it is fuzzy to me. But
wasn't Viola Davis in the movie?
Yes, she is one of the only people I do like being in that movie. However, they combined 2 characters into one within that. They took Amma and Marion and put them together as the same person. And I remember that because when, like I said, because I had followed the blog posts from when they were casting. And I was so mad because in the books, you learn that Amma and Marion are very different people. Like, they both are influential women in Ethan's life, but for very different reasons. And it's very clear.
Miriam was the librarian, right?
Yes.
And that was like the mom's friend.
Yes, she was his mother's best friend, who was the town librarian, and she was also the basically like one of the only mortals that was involved in the underground, the magical world involved.
Yeah. And Alma was like a voodoo like practitioner or something like that.
She was a seer. Yeah,
Oh,
she
okay.
was a seer, came from a line of seers. There is actually a short story novella that they had come out with that basically Amma has like a vision and has a whole ritual that tells her something bad's going to happen later on. That's going to
Mm.
basically bring out the whole storyline of Beautiful Creatures.
I know
Um,
because I read a lot of the wiki when after I read the first book. I was like, I just want to know what happens with these characters because but I don't know. I never got into that one.
and that's fine. It's not everybody's favorite, but like again, it's one of those things where it's one of my favorites because I remember very vividly it being like getting into it when I was in high school, and it is
Mm.
like really important to me. But I did a reread of it in like 2018, and I still loved it. Like I still loved the connection that there was with Ethan and Lena, and I did recognize like over the course of the books that like it wasn't great because like the whole second book they're basically like not even talking. There's a whole book where I think that actually it's a second book where she like basically starts running off with some other guy that we don't know anything about, that we then later on find out it wasn't that they were in a relationship, it was that he was trying to help her figure
Yeah.
out stuff of what was going on. um and so like there definitely was times where I recognized in my reread that it was very childish at times, but I still loved it because I loved the overall way that they constructed, like, especially the ending of the story. Because a lot of stuff at the very end of the series finally came together. And I was really disappointed with the spinoff duology. I will not
Mm.
lie. Because they did a spinoff with Ethan's best friend, Link,
Oh, okay.
and Lena's cousin, Ridley, who they have an on again, off again relationship over the course of the series.
I remember her from the movie with
Yeah.
the lollipop or whatever.
That they actually picked a really good person for that. I think like there were some characters in the movie that I was like, yeah, they're really perfectly cast, but there was other things where I'm like, really, like combining Marion and Amma was totally not needed. The aunts I don't remember were really there, or the great aunts, they weren't
They
really
really didn't show
involved.
a lot. I think they only really showed her uncle, like for the family
Yeah,
in the
so
movie.
and
I
that.
feel you. I feel you because that's how I feel a lot about the Percy Jackson movies.
Mhm.
Because Percy Jackson was my series growing up. I remember reading the Heroes of Olympus into high school. Like I told people in high school, I was like, this last book's coming up, so if you see me crying, mind your business.
Yeah.
So I think I kind of told the teacher that. I said, if I'm reading a book, like when I'm allowed to be reading and crying, don't say shit.
Yeah, I had a lot of I had some really great English teachers growing up that kind of got that. Like ever since I was in like in the 7th grade, I've had English teachers where they're like, I get it. If you're crying, it's okay. It's fine.
I remember actively being I remember getting in trouble in 6th grade because instead of doing the work, I was reading Twilight. Because that's what I read the Twilight series in 6th grade, and I just remember getting in trouble. Like, Paco, put the book down.
Put it away.
I'm like, I don't want to do math. I want to read.
Yeah, I was that kid in the 1st grade when leap pads were a big thing, the little books you could take around with you. I was that kid in the 1st grade. I had a whole stack of the leap pad books in my desk, and I hated my 1st grade teacher. Absolutely hated her. So I would take those books out just to spite her during the day. But middle school, like English teachers, and then up, they were like when we got to be able to read during the day, and I would sit there crying my eyes out, and everybody else would be looking at me funny. They'd be like, just leave her alone. She's having a moment.
I remember it was a history class in high school, and it was a Percy Jackson book, and we had taken a test, and I finished my test and turned it in, and so you know you have to wait for the class to end. So I was reading my book, and I'm like, something happened, and I was like, no, super loud, and everybody looked at me like the teacher looked at me like, I'm like, sorry, I'm like,
My
my bad,
bad. Hidden Children. I don't remember. Was that Margaret Peterson Haddix? I can't remember because I remember there was the Lost and Found series that was like. By the time I was stopping to read her, that was getting to be a really big series. There was the one where it was like the girl was running out of time. I can't remember. And there was a lot of books Margaret Peterson Haddix did back in the day. Maybe I should do a reading series with that too. Because like she was one of my biggest like authors from when I was really young, and I loved all of her stuff because they all played on like either paranormal or sci-fi kind of
Did
ideas.
you ever get into Fablehaven?
No, I didn't. I do have the first book though.
I loved him, that author, and I felt like he didn't get he was, I felt like, really good, like fairy book.
Yeah. Yeah, I have the first one because I saw it and I was like, I recognize that. I recognize that from when I was a kid. I don't know anything about it, but I want to try to like figure out what this is. Excuse me. So one day I will get to it. I don't think vampires was not a thing. True. Yeah. I think they're much more popular in like TV and movie culture.
I think
But
they
books
have
kind of phased out.
Yeah, they phased out in books, especially like in YA, at least, because that's like my main genre. But also, I'm a very specific type of vampire fan.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I love gothic vampires, and I'm super excited for. I know Shelby Mahurin, the Serpent and Dove author,
Mm-hmm.
is doing a new series. It's in the same world, but it's going to deal with vampires.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Oh, and then Renee Ahdieh.
I love The Beautiful. I did not care for the last one as much, but that's because it was not New Orleans, and I love that setting, and I think Renee Ahdieh does amazing like atmosphere work.
Mm-hmm.
And I love the New Orleans aspect of it, and so the fact that third one, but the vampires in that book are really good in my opinion.
I really like The Beautiful. I still have yet to read the other two, and then she's coming out with another one. When was that I posted in the Discord, but it was like
The Ruined, I think, in
yeah.
February.
I can't remember if it was later this year though, or if it was next year.
No, it's like February next year.
Okay, yeah. So hopefully we'll go back to New Orleans.
Yeah. The second book is my favorite so far.
Okay, good. I just finished reading for something else, but I will be going into The Demon in the Wood by Leigh Bardugo. It's a short story in the Grishaverse, if you're familiar with it.
Graphic novel that came out recently, or didn't they just do one like that recently for that?
I have no idea. It's just one of the short stories that are in here. And it's so silly because like the actual like short story is 25 pages, and then the rest of the 76-page Kindle thing is a sneak peek of Six of Crows.
Have you read Six of Crows?
No, I have it though, and I would like to read it because I loved Shadow and Bone a lot. But I've heard Six of Crows is way, way, way better.
Did you see the show yet, or?
I'm so bad, Paco. I told you before, I'm so bad at watching new things.
I feel it.
Especially if they're adaptations, because I'm so scared. I've been done dirty so many times. I'm too scared.
I'm happily excited for the Percy Jackson adaptation.
Oh yeah, that's the one I'm going to be so excited to read.
But if that one is terrible, you guys will hear me crying from. You guys will just hear it psychically or something.
I don't know. I feel like with Rick, he would have to do something drastic, especially with how he even thought of the movies.
Yeah, and like the casting looks amazing. Chef Kiss. Like, if you're hating on that 12-year-old girl, we gotta fight. But like, I know you're not, but I'm just saying, like, out there on the internet, I'm excited. Just the casting looks really good.
I'm so excited. I can't wait.
Night.
Okay, thank you for coming. Good night.
She does sprints every Saturday, so she tries to.
Yeah, when I can. Zombies. I have not read much zombie literature.
I'm not a zombie fan.
I was just talking on Bree or Brandy's friends. I can't remember. We were talking about zombies, and the Dread Nation duology by Justina Ireland came up. That's the only zombie one I can think of that I'm actually interested in reading. But the only one I can think of other than that I've heard anything about was the Pride and Prejudice and Zombie series or whatever.
That's the only one I'm interested in. I'm just not a zombie person. I never liked the only zombie media I've ever liked is Scooby-Doo Zombie Island.
That was good. That was scary though.
It was scary, but it's one of the best Scooby-Doo movies.
It really is. But you want to know why it was so scary for me when I was a kid? Do you remember the cassette version or the VHS version, I should say, where they included a Courage the Cowardly Dog?
Yes, Was it the duck one?
I don't remember, but I remember specifically it was the Ramses one. The Ramses episode with the
Okay.
return the slab.
Okay, no, but because I didn't have that VHS, but I did have Witch's Ghost, and they had the duck episode of Courage on that tape, so I remember that.
The Ramses episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog. I remember when we watched, my sister and I. We had to have been like 5 and 3 years old or something at the time. Watching that and then watching that Courage the Cowardly Dog episode scared the living crap out of the both of us.
Courage the Cowardly Dog alone is nightmare fuel. Also, did you know they made an animated movie a couple years back? Can't be less than 5 years ago. Scooby-Doo meets Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Yep, refuse to watch it.
I want to see it because some of the newer Scooby-Doo animated movies have been actually pretty good, the ones I've seen. So I'm like, I'll check it out eventually, but like, I need to emotionally be prepared for that.
I actually remember, so right around the time that I think the pandemic first started, my husband and I, we weren't even engaged. No, yeah, we were engaged by that point. I think it was then, or it might have been still in 2019, sometime in there. We were watching Courage the Cowardly Dog, like the TV show, for the first time in like years since we were kids. Yeah. It is still nightmare fuel in some capacities.
That was one of the shows I don't even remember wanting to watch, but it would be on just because, like, you know how, and you end up watching it. And I'm like, God, this show's terrifying.
Why was this made for children?
Like, I get because we are. I will say, if you're an animation fan, I feel like we are in a golden age of animation shows lately, with like Gravity Falls and like all the era, like that era. But I'm like, if you look back at some of our older, like our era of Cartoon Network, huh?
Ren and Stimpy, anybody?
Yeah, or like Totally Spies.
I love Totally Spies.
Totally Spies, like I don't sleep on like 2000 era cartoons,
especially the PBS ones too. The PBS ones were fire.
Yeah, and like, what's the other one? Even the like Scooby-Doo cartoons, like
they were good. Yeah. Dread Nation. Yeah, I think Staff, you were talking about that in the whichever live show it was. I can't remember if it was Brie or Brandy's. Warm Bodies was okay if you like zombies and romance.
I saw the movie.
I saw the movie too, and I wasn't a fan.
I saw it with some friends, and I think I didn't pay as much because I am the movie coupon queen, king, whatever you want to say. I will never pay full price for a movie ticket. I know how to find my way. So I like watching bad movies in the theater sometimes. So I enjoyed it. I call it a Saturday morning movie.
Yeah, definitely a matinee kind of thing. Love Dread Nation. I have to look more into zombie books. Yeah, I don't know very many that focus on zombies. Like exorcisms, I think, are more popular than zombies.
I feel like
there's not very many exorcism books.
I think it's because zombies don't have, or tend to not have character.
Mm-hmm.
They're more of a like group. Like, I don't know. That's maybe my thing was why I don't like zombies. Like, they're not their own thing. They're more of usually a group thing. Like with vampires, at least the vampires, you get characters out of that to me.
Right.
I think that's my problems with zombies.
That makes sense, though, because, like, zombies, it's more of like, oh, it's an impending horde. We don't actually get any kind of, like, anybody at the front of it where it's like, oh, I'm a zombie. Unless you talk to, like, the Koloss.
Yeah.
I guess I wonder if they would be considered zombies in that world. In the Brandon Sanderson world, for those of you that don't know. I'm
a romance. I need romance in my books.
I like some romance. I definitely not zombies and romance. Like War Bodies, nah. World War Z was boring to me. It's zombie apocalypse, but like told in interviews. I've not watched that. I've heard it was pretty boring though. Like it was like
I've never understood the like. I am not someone. I very much will say I'm not surviving the zombie apocalypse, but also I'm not gonna try to. I know what my skills are, and like I very much know my own skill sets. I do not want to live in a world.
I'm good to go. Bam, we're done.
I know how I want to live. I've grown accustomed to things. I will accept death.
Oh no, just realized the sprint was over and the video was stuck. Oh no! Jen! It's
At least you're
okay.
back.
It happens. I don't want to survive the apocalypse.
I need my I want. Well, that's my only issue with not like going into a hut in the middle of the woods. I need Wi-Fi. I need like public bath. I need like working bathrooms. I've grown accustomed to things.
So you're saying you're a bougie bitch.
Oh yes.
All right. So with that out of the way, we'll start a little later because we just spent talking, which I always enjoy. But let's go ahead and do our next roll now that we've had a nice long break. South Korea is the greatest zombie movie producer. Hashtag alive. Oh, okay. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
I will say that movie was pretty good.
Train to Busan, the high school zombie one. Think it's All of Us Are Dead. I feel like, I don't know if it's South Korea necessarily, but there's a lot of like Asian movie producers that have just become really popular lately. Like, what was the one that just came out a couple of years ago?
Parasite?
Yes, Parasite.
I will say Asian horror is a whole new level. A whole like different level than horror like here in the States, at least. Like,
I mean, if you're looking at like books, Junji Ito has made a whole career out of making horror.
Yeah. I am not even a horror movie fan. Unless it's like gothic horror. I love gothic horror because like it's like kind of romantic in a way.
Mm-hmm.
But I did see Train to Busan because my friends they wanted to watch it on Halloween, and so we watched it. And that movie was pretty good. I'll give it that. That movie was really good.
If you like gothic horror, did you ever watch the Guillermo del Toro movie with Tom Hiddleston? And
no, I haven't. It's on my list to watch eventually.
Okay, because I want to hear some other people's thoughts because I'm a huge Tom Hiddleston fan. I adore everything he does. I mean, for God's sake, I have his character's daggers on my arms. But I've heard that that's really good, but I want to hear some like people closer to me tell me how they like that because like there's some of his older movies that like they're like okay, they're great, they're pretty good, but then like there's some of them that are like these are the best ones you need to watch kind of thing, you know. Living Dead by George A. Romero and Daniel Kraus was a good zombie book. Living Dead. Okay, have to look into that. Thank you, Ryan. Okay, so let's go ahead and do our next roll. Let's see what we. Oh, that's cocked.
I did forget one zombie I do love is Monster High Ghoulia.
Okay, fair. Like it's Monster High.
Yeah. Are you a Monster High fan?
Back in the day, I was when they first started. When Lacey Harrison was writing the books back in the day, like.
Have you seen the stuff for the new reboot and stuff?
I have seen some of the screen, like the character like designs, like they done for like the wardrobe. Not a fan.
I'm gonna go into it trying to be like take away the past. Like I love Monster High. It does have a special place in my heart. I have like a Skeleta figure on here. I'm excited. The animated show looks kind of more better to me.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the stuff, and I'm acceptable to change.
Yeah, I would be acceptable to change. It's just I don't. Again, I get scared with adaptations that are especially live action because of the fact that I've been done dirty before.
I completely get that. That's why I'm like more on for the show. For me, as long as they do my girl Ghoulia justice, because the last reboot they completely took Ghoulia out, and so I need my girl Ghoulia to be done right.
Yeah. Well, on the topic, anybody remember Lacey Harrison, The Click, Alphas? Those were that was another series I got into when I was in middle school. The Click.
Speaking of that, I do have these two books.
Yes. That brings so much nostalgia for me. I had those books too. I don't know what happened to them.
I got them from the library, but I recently rebought these because I read them in the library because I was a library kid growing up.
That's again like 2010s. Like
I'm actually thinking of doing a Monster High readathon.
Sign me the hell up for that because I will do it.
I'm thinking of like doing a Monster High readathon or something. That and Winx Club because I have things to say about Winx Club. We could talk about that after the sprint.
Don't even get me started on that bullshit.
Yeah, we could discuss that at next sprint after the sprint.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Got a 7 that time. So we're going to do this time a 35-minute sprint. So 10 minutes less. But we'll come back and we'll talk about more things that are upsetting in terms of live action. Because there's a lot to talk
I
about.
have ideas for more of a Winx Club readathon, and I'll discuss it with you after the sprint.
Sounds great. All right. So we got 35 minutes. Nice little beachy kind of idea here. So let's get started. We'll be coming back at the 35-minute mark. Go. Good job, guys. 35 minutes. All right, Paco, where'd you end up?
I actually switched to the comic I was reading,
Mm-hmm.
and I got to page 144 of 238. I'm enjoying it, but I have to remind myself it is very much of its time. Of like, this is the like 60s, 70s X-Men run. Like,
Oh.
and I have to remind myself it's very much of the time. And I will give it credit that the X-Men have always given like a diverse cast. But like one scene in the book, because it's like you meet these new mutants, which are like the new generation of heroes. And one character, her name's Danny Moonstar, and she's an indigenous character. And you get a view of the villain like spying on her, hugging her grandpa. And I get it, it's the villain. So like if anybody's gonna say it, it's better that the villain's the one that says it, not the hero. But he's like, look at these blanks hugging using the S slur that could be a slur for indigenous people. And I'm just like,
Yikes.
just seeing it. And I'm like, it's of its time, and it's the villain that's saying it, that's a racist, that's like a monster villain. So it's like it's not the hero saying it.
Right. I totally get what you mean. Wow.
And then like
done.
Charles is like thrown from his car in one scene, and someone's like, we have to save him and his useless legs. And I'm like, oh damn, like why you gotta do him like that?
like come on. Well, good. I'm glad that you're almost done with that. Sucks to have some pretty awful language, but like you said, product of its time, especially if it's back from like the 60s. That's
and I mean like the fact that it had like this team is majority, it has a Korean like American character, indigenous in character, like you got to give its props for its props. Like I'm just like, ooh, this is of its time.
Yeah. Well, I read the entirety of The Demon in the Wood.
What do you think?
Gave it 3 stars. It was actually like a pretty good short story. I kind of am just like, okay, what was the point of this? Because like The Witch of Duva, I felt the same way. Like I liked The Witch of Duva a little bit more just because I loved the witchiness involved in it. There was like, like a isolated older character, and like The Witch of Duva, you had like a young girl who was sent away from home to go live with her for some time, or she like ran away from home basically. This one, it was more of like son and his mother, who are apparently very powerful Grisha, go to a camp, and they have to like hide their identity. And the son gets into some trouble where like, because he's so powerful and people kind of like figure that out, he has to protect himself. And it seems like it's a really great setup for like a bigger story kind of thing,
you know who those are supposed to be, right?
I don't.
You've read the Shadow and Bone series?
Yeah, and I can't remember who it's supposed to be about.
It's the Darkling.
Okay, I thought so. I thought that was
Darkling and his mother.
Like that seems so weird. Like I got to the end of it and I had to like go back a couple pages to like reread what exactly had happened, and I was like, okay, that sounds like this could be an origin story for the Darkling, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be the origin story, or like a prequel for the Darkling.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. But I kind of wish that I got a little bit more out of it because I felt like 20 pages wasn't really enough.
Yeah.
But I would have been fine with like a couple more pages to figure out, okay, like how exactly, what else do we get to see, especially if this is the Darkling? What else happens? Especially because like there's other people that kind of get involved with what they're doing, and I want to know more about that. But overall, not too bad.
Did you start City of Plague, or what it's called?
City of the Plague God? No, not yet. I'm going to start that next spring.
Let me know what you think of that one. I'm excited to get into that one.
Yeah, apparently this came out like January 2021. So this is not like brand spanking new, but like pretty new.
Yeah, so, it's on my list because I want to eventually read most of the Riordan Presents line. I've enjoyed what I've read from it so far.
Me too. Yeah, I'll let you know. It'll be in my summer ween vlog, so you can hear my thoughts there. Okay. On chapter 2, Breaking Dawn by Stephanie Meyer. Okay. Did I miss anything? I mean,
We
not
just-
really. We just really sat and talked about while we were working on Monster High a little bit, zombies in general. So you didn't really miss too much. Just us gabbing back and forth, you know. You're welcome, Ryan. Hope that you stayed, or maybe you went to bed or something like that. I don't know. Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Just got back home from an engagement barbecue. Oh, fun. So I read a little bit of Court of Mist and Fury tonight. I just finished The Demon in the Wood by Leigh Bardugo, which was a short story, and I will be now starting City of the Plague God by Sarwat Chadha.
I read, I listened to a little bit of Together We Burn by Isabel Ibanez, I believe is how we pronounce her name. And I feel weird about this one, but that's just for like personal issues. And then I am reading New Mutants by Chris Claremont, which is a X-Men comic.
Okay. Finished chapter 2, now in chapter 3. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Be reading chapter 5 later tomorrow.
Okay.
After working with the rowing machine. Nice. Get that exercise in. Yep. Figured that out. Yes, everybody. Well done. Great job.
Yep.
Read nothing. Came upstairs to get ready for bed. That
Hey.
is fine. You do that. You go get ready for bed. You're reading Breaking Dawn and New Moon at the same time?
It's very weird, odd, like placement.
Why is that? Why are you reading New Moon and Breaking Dawn? I'm assuming if you're doing this, you've read the books already by this point.
Yeah.
So what's the reason with reading the two of them at the same time?
Like, did you read it and then like want to remember refresher?
I'm curious. That's gonna be interesting. It's not like reading what is it, Tower of Dawn and
Empire Storms.
Yeah, Empire Storms. Everyone's like, you need to read those two at the same time and do like one chapter each.
I wouldn't just read which whenever you want. That sounds too complicated for me.
Well, I think it's because like they said that Empire Storms and Tower of Dawn happen the same time, but they're from two different perspectives. So when you read one chapter, you should read one chapter of the other one, because then you get both perspectives of like different characters that are involved in that world.
No, so the way it is, the two books, they do take place at the same time, but they're on two different continents.
Oh.
So it's not like you're like in my perspective in one book and your perspective in the other book, and we're having this conversation. It is happening at the same time, but it's two different like places. Okay. So you can read it that way, but you're not hurting yourself if you read one and then read the other.
Okay, that makes sense. And I'm like, man, that does seem like a lot of work. I don't know about
that's making it a little too complicated.
Reading both of them. Yikes on bikes. Seriously, that's my thought. Like, why?
I would suggest reading Tower of Dawn first, just because I feel like the ending of Empire Storms is more like you want to get into what happens next.
Yeah.
So you're not like, I don't know, excited for the last book, but then have to read Tower of Dawn.
Yeah. Hi, buddy.
Oh, hi, doggy.
It's Oscar.
Yeah, hey, Oscar.
What are you doing? You just come in here because Dad opened the door?
My Raina is downstairs bothering the rest of the family.
Go get Dad. Go get him. You're going to try to give me a point? Yeah. Go get Dad. He gets like this sometimes where, like, if I'm in here for too long, he'll just
like, hey.
sit and whine, and he just wants to be like, let me in, please. Oh, he's grabbing the toy. Squeak, squeak. Baba, what are you doing? Oh, okay. You're going to go lie in your bed now? This dog. He's going to be 8 months old at the end of the month.
Oh, he's a baby.
He is. He's such a big baby. I'm surprised he's staying in here.
My dog's a pandemic dog. We got her right before the pandemic started, and then she got used to us being home all the time because of the pandemic. And then I'm like, I'm not here all the time now because of work. And she's like, I hate it.
Nope. As soon as my husband goes to close the door, he's like, wait, no, I want to come back out. Read 2 short stories of Carmen Maria Machado. I still need to read their books. Oh, I've heard they're so good. Love the Twilight books. Something like that. Okay, yeah, so like you're reading them in tandem. That's okay, fair. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do.
Do what you gotta do.
Yeah. Off to sleep. Thanks for sprints. No problem, Jen. Thanks for coming and joining in.
Yeah. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow on your sprints.
Yes. I will try to make it to those ones. I'm gonna be out with my family though, so I don't know if I'll be able to hang out. Yeah, we were mostly talking about like the Sarah J. Maas series, Throne of Glass. So if you want to read Breaking Dawn and New Moon together, feel free to. Like, you're more power to you. Just curious as to the reason behind it, because that's not something we've heard of before.
Yeah.
I know, he's so cute. That's my puppy. He's my German Shepherd puppy. He's a sweetie.
Oh, he's a pupper.
Yeah, he's a sweetheart. Currently reading Just Like Mother. Oh, what's that one about? Just Like Mother. I've not heard of that. Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to start with our next sprint here in a couple minutes. We'll have probably, I'm going to say this might be our last sprint. It's going to depend on how big it is. But if it's a short one, we'll have another one after that. But we are ending around midnight, like we usually do my time. So it's like basically not the next top of the hour, but the one after that for everybody else. Okay. So, yeah. It'll be like, what, 9 your time, Paco?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we end up getting. Okay, all right. It's a little bit of a shorter one, so we'll definitely have another sprint after this, but we got a 5. So we're going to have a 25-minute sprint this time. Glad that we can get some longer ones and some shorter ones in here.
Mm-hmm. I like how we're going down if you look at it.
Yeah. Actually, you're right.
25, 35, 25. So the next one should be a 15 if we...
We'll see. The dice sometimes can be a little with that one. I've already done my my new round of Wheel of D20 prompts for August, and they were actually pretty nice to me. My D20 was really nice to me, I will say, for my August TBR. So
I roll a D12 for my TBR. I'll roll a D12, and then I have like TBR cards that I like pool that number, and I think I got like a 10 last time, and I'm like, fuck you, dice.
Actually, I decided to incorporate you on my wheel.
Ooh.
So there's for those of you that are interested in knowing, my TBR, I do a game Wheel of D20 where I have a whole wheel of prompts, and then I roll my D20 to decide between 2 different books that will fit that prompt, or whatever the case may be. So the prompt wheel has a lot of added additions to it this time, and it includes a lot of TBR games, one of Paco's included. So your TBR game's involved in that too. So the thing with it is that when I land on it, or on any TBR game, the rolls I have to do and the spins I have to do typically before that, the prompts don't come from the wheel. They come from the game. So this TBR round that I did this time, I got 2 spins in, and then somebody else's game came up. So then I had to do the last 3 spins technically as rolls for the TBR game I had to play. And then with that prompt that I got from that game, I had to then implement the Wheel of D20 with that, or the D20 rolls with that one. So it basically makes it a little bit less expected for me, because it's like I could literally get somebody else's prompts. So
okay,
very fun, very excited.
That's cool. That's a nice way to do it. Change it up.
Yeah, I implemented a lot of them this time, and then I even included an Oscar pick. So that's going to be interesting when that one comes up.
Yeah,
he's a little bit squirrely. So we did get him to learn to shake today, though, which was interesting.
Oh, that's good.
Hi, glad you made it. We got a couple more sprints coming up, so don't worry. We're actually going to get started with our next one here right now. So glad you made it. We're going to do a 25-minute sprint right now. So everybody Happy reading. We'll see you back in 25 minutes. Go. All right. Great job, everyone. 25 minutes. Awesome. We are getting close to the end of sprints for tonight. I got through the first 35 pages, City of the Plague God, and I'm already loving it.
That's good.
From what the synopsis says, the main character is supposed to be the reincarnation of like the god of immortality, or the god of. Hold on, let me read it again. Yeah, he's immortal, and he's supposed to know the secret of eternal life.
Ooh.
And the first, like, obviously the first chapter is setting up everything, and then the second chapter is like the very first like big scene of like, oh, bad guys are coming to hurt him. It's a lot of bugs.
No.
Not fun if you're not a bug fan.
Yeah, I'm not.
But I already in the first chapter started almost to cry because they talk about how his older brother died like really suddenly, and his older brother like built a restaurant that his family now owns and operates and he works at, and his older brother also was like a big person involved with botany because like his family's from Iraq, immigrated to the US when his brother was really little, and so like when he was in college he studied botany, and every break he would go back to Iraq and travel around the Middle East and in parts of Europe. So it was like I almost cried during that because I was like, oh my god, like I can't even imagine a 13-year-old kid having to lose his brother like that.
Yeah.
Hi, Helen.
Hey, Helen. A middle grade I just recently finished that was really good that I'll suggest. Besides Witchling, so I recommend Witchling.
Mm-hmm.
But I finished Zachary Ying and the Dragon Emperor.
How was it?
Really good. I really enjoyed it. 4 stars. Ziran J. Zhao, author of Iron Widow. This is like Percy Jackson meets Yu-Gi-Oh! And have you ever watched the anime Fate Stay Night?
No, I did not.
Okay, it's got sprinkling of that in it as well.
I was a huge Yu-Gi-Oh fan though back in the day, so that has excited me so much about that book.
I love Yu-Gi-Oh! R.I.P. What's his name that created it?
I know.
Big Dark Magician Girl deck. I still have one. But I mean, like the author's photo, their photo is in Seto Kaiba cosplay.
I know, it made me so happy. I was like, yes! Seto
Like,
Kaiba for the win.
In the acknowledgments, they acknowledge, especially if like you're a Yu-Gi-Oh fan, like on the show, they acknowledge the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh, and they also acknowledged Little Karibo that created the Yu-Gi-Oh abridged series in the book, in the acknowledgments.
That makes me so happy.
Also, the book is queer, and I did not know it was going to be queer, and it's cute.
Wow. Okay. So what did you end up getting through?
I am on page. I got to 176, so I'm almost done. I'm gonna finish this today. I had some fun moments that were funny to me because you have. I just got a message. So one of Charles Xavier's was like not his ex, one of his girlfriends is the empress of this like space empire. Mm-hmm. And she's helping Charles heal from something, and one of her guards is like, hey, Galactus showed up. Do you know Galactus?
Yeah.
The Eater of Worlds. Okay. He showed up to Earth and he was dying. And she's like, oh, good, Galactus is gone. The great threat is gone. He's like, yeah, about that. Reed Richards killed him. And you just see she's like holding a wine glass and it just shatters in her hand.
Love it. Love it. Oh, that's awesome. I just finished chapter 24 and on chapter 25, and it's called The Way of Perfection. Oh, okay. No reading for me tonight. Just going to watch the new Persuasion.
Ooh.
Persuasion as in Jane Austen Persuasion?
I think so, because I think this is her Jane Austen month.
What? Okay.
Speaking of Jane Austen, I know you hadn't seen it yet, Helen, but have you watched Fire Island on Hulu? It is basically a gay Pride and Prejudice retelling.
Ooh.
Really good.
Thank you for coming, Elena. Hope you had a good time. See you later. Yeah, actually, funny enough. So the beginning of this, if anybody's watched the show The Bear on Hulu, the one that just came out, it's got the guy that was in Shameless for a long time. I don't know what his name is. It's a new show on Hulu, and it's all about like this guy who takes over his brother's restaurant, and he's like a former 5-star chef and everything. Such a good show. Like bawled my eyes out at one point. The vibe that I got from the first chapter, especially learning about the fact that the older brother in this story is gone, very much similar to that kind of vibe. And again, with it being like both stories having a restaurant involved, if you like The Bear, the beginning of this will definitely feel similar, except this takes place in Manhattan, whereas The Bear takes place in Chicago. So,
Okay. It was Union.
Yeah, and then Why or Yeah on Netflix.
The Persuasion's on Netflix.
Oh, okay, on Netflix. Okay. Modern day adaptation I plan to watch. Okay. Fire Island is on Disney Plus up here. Okay.
It's such a weird one to have on Disney Plus, but.
Yeah, my husband and I watched The Bear. Like we binged the 8 episodes, I think that there was of that. We binged them within like 2 nights, which is weird because I'm bad at watching new stuff, but he really wanted to watch it. So he kind of like almost forced me to watch it. And I loved the crap out of it. Like, it's something where like, if you work in the food service industry, it's going to be much more impactful for you than it would be for somebody like me who has never worked in food service in, my entire life. But it's also a show that it talks about grief and the issues that come around when learning about specifically a family member that like you were estranged from in a sense. Because in the show, you learn very quickly that the main character and his brother, like they used to be really close, but something basically happened and they went their separate ways. And then all of a sudden the brother dies and there's a lot of unanswered questions. So it's a lot of seeing the grieving process for this character, but also understanding that like the reason this restaurant is going under is because of a lot of bad choices that have happened over the course of time. And it's like they're trying to revamp and bring the restaurant back to life, which also having watched a lot of Hell's Kitchen in recent like few weeks, and having watched Gordon Ramsay's show of like Kitchen Nightmares, it's like even though Gordon Ramsay wasn't in this, like it feels that kind of 180 kind of scenario of bringing this restaurant back to life.
Okay.
So, but it's a tearjerker, especially if you're an emotional little person like me.
I am behind on so many shows. I have still not finished Moon Knight. I have not finished I watched the first episode of Miss Marvel. That's it. I'm behind on a lot of my shows, and yet I decided to rewatch Once Upon a Time.
Yeah, my husband currently is on a rewatch of Scrubs right now. It's one of his comfort shows.
Yeah, like I caved in and I restarted once from the beginning. It pulled me back in.
Yep, it'll do that to you. Love the community and diversity of the workers at that restaurant. Yeah, they have quite a few Black people that work there. Like almost no white people work in that restaurant. There's a Latina lady who is super sassy, and I think she's hilarious, even if she's a little bit too stubborn for my liking. Only because she knows that she should listen to people, but she doesn't.
A Latina person that's stubborn? That's not new. I'm saying that as someone who's Latino.
well, I mean, like she's one of those characters where like, she's done something for so long that she thinks that she's right until somebody else comes around and like it's proven to her that she's not doing the right thing, kind of thing. They bring on a character who, from the very first episode, she comes in to like be an extra set of hands, and she's young, like fresh out of culinary school, has worked in a couple restaurants maybe for like 2 years, and she comes in because this is a restaurant that her parents really loved, and she's got to be like maybe 24 at the oldest, and she's also Black, which is another thing. And so like she ends up taking on like the sous chef position, or like the step below the head chef, if you will, the person that like pushes the orders to come out, whereas the main character is like the guy that's running the restaurant kind of thing. So
I might check it out.
Yeah,
I do work in the kitchen, so
I was gonna say, because I mean, I know like you work in food service, so you might see it. I've heard a lot of people say that have worked and are currently working in food service, especially incredibly stressful positions, or in very stressful restaurants, that it is very, very accurate in terms of the amount of stress of trying to keep up a restaurant that is dying.
Okay. I mean, I don't work in a restaurant, but I do work in the food service industry.
Okay.
Because it's not technically a restaurant, it's a sports arena.
Oh, okay.
They do their own catering. So, like, all the catering is, like, all the little shops, all the little, like, places where you get fries, popcorn, and stuff. We have, like, pizza shops, chicken places. Like, it's all one kitchen. And so it's not, like, technically a restaurant, but it kind of is.
Yeah, that makes sense. Miss Marvel's good. I heard it's amazing. So Anjali Bhimani, that was in Critical Role for a hot second. I still don't understand who her character is. I think she's one of the aunties.
Yeah, I saw her in the first episode. She's an auntie.
Okay.
What I've seen.
Because I was like, I know she's in it, but I couldn't figure out if she's supposed to play the actual like voice for Miss Marvel, and like they just had like a body actor or something for the younger one. Like I was all confused.
No, she's just in it as an auntie.
Okay, but that's
as a gossiping auntie in the first episode.
Nice. I follow her on Instagram, so I've seen like all the stuff for Miss Marvel, and
doesn't she voice what's her name? Farah in not Farah, someone in Overwatch.
Yeah, I don't remember the name of it. Give me 1 second. I'll look it up.
I see the character. I don't see the name in my head.
Anjali Bhimani. She plays IMDb. Let's look at that. That'll work. She's Symmetra in
Symmetra. Okay, yeah. I knew I had the character's design in my head. I just couldn't think of the name. It's been a minute.
And then she's Rampart in Apex.
Okay.
So yeah, I love seeing her play in Exandria Unlimited. So I was like, immediately have to follow her because like I want to see what else she does, especially if she comes back. Which
I just watched the like bonus thing they did where it was like a bonus campaign, not even D&D. It's the pets one.
Yeah.
With Heidi in Closet, and I love that one because I like the one who played the dragon in that too. I love her from Dimension 20.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, that was super cute. All right, guys, so we're going to go ahead and roll for our final sprint for the night. Now, this could go for a while. We'll see. But hopefully it's half an hour. Come on, D12, be nice to me. Be nice to all of us, for that matter. No. It's not nice.
What was it?
Is it 10?
That's
It's 50 minutes. So it's not a full hour, but it's not that far off. It's okay. So I have this really cool one, though, for those of you that are, like, into... I don't even know if you would consider this, like, cyberpunky at all, but it's kind of got, like, this synthwave idea to it, and the music's supposed to be, like, 80s synthwave inspired.
Okay.
But it's just this really cool, like, colored one, so... All right. Well, for the final sprint, everybody, we're going to be here for 50 minutes. Good luck. Have fun. And I will see you guys in a little bit. Go. Okay, guys. Holy crap. I am tired.
How'd you go?
I got through another 40 pages, end of a chapter, and I said I'm done. I'm tired. Brain is dying. But really liking this a lot. Like, probably gonna love it as much as I did Percy Jackson, which
That's good.
was quite a bit.
I finished my comic and then I continued back to Together We Burn.
Okay. How far are you in that, like, completely?
I'm 112 pages in. I'm probably like a third of the way in now.
All right.
Cool. Which is better than, because like I was like 5 pages in when I started.
Nice. Okay, can't do it. Falling asleep, long day, but read chapter. Hope you're reading really good. Same. I'm beat. I gotta go to bed, and then tomorrow I'm heading out with my mom, which will be nice. I'm gonna go spend some time with her. I don't know whether or not I'm gonna be able to hit up the Barnes and Noble book sale. It depends on if my dad comes along with us, because if my dad comes, it's gonna not be as like long of a outing. Mm-hmm. He doesn't like to be out too long.
I went to this Barnes and Noble today.
Oh, yeah.
And I bought like 5 books.
Nice.
I got the last 3 of the Iron Phase series that I was missing and the new covers. Mm-hmm. And then I bought 2 comics.
Nice. Yeah, I have no idea what I even would go in looking for. The only thing I know I would probably get is the Final Strife. And maybe the Stardust Thief. But past that, I don't know if I would get any more. Because there's quite a few I would like to get, but it's like, I don't know if I really want to get them right now.
Yeah.
So, we'll see. But, Paco, thank you so much for joining in tonight. Mm-hmm. Really appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who came out tonight. I know it's a long one today, but totally happens. It's just however the D12 decides to be. So, if you guys don't know, I try to do sprints almost every Saturday. Going forward, there's going to be like one Saturday every month I'm not going to be able to, and that's because I'm going to be participating in a live show with another group of people who are Brandy and Bree for the Brandon Sanderson read-along that we are all participating in. But otherwise, the next videos I should be coming out with, I will be coming out with my mid-year freak out tag here beginning of this next week, and then I'll have my Summerween vlog coming out next weekend. Okay. So that'll be it for me until the TBRs and wrap-ups start coming in at the end of the month. So I'm going to take the rest of the month and just continue to enjoy it and just take my time with what I need to do. So, okay. But Paco, you got any other cool things or stuff going on?
I sprint on Mondays. I try to do 7 p.m. PST till about like 9 p.m. PST. I have vlogs every Wednesday and then new videos on Friday. I know that the one I just posted was top 5 books I want to read before the end of the year.
Awesome. Yeah, so go check out Paco. I'll make sure that his information is in the description for you guys if you would like to go check him out. But otherwise, thank you guys all so much for joining. Bye, Helen. Have a good night. Have a good night, everybody.